suppose it's supposed to connect automatically. I don't know. I hate this thing, by the way.
Build up a new router, so I think it's a different password. Which might be why you put down here.
I can't tell.
Call this to order if everybody's ready. Call the meeting to order. City of Anamosa City Council agenda regular session, Monday, June 22nd, 2020, City Hall Council Chambers via Zoom. 1.0 roll call.
Crump,
Here.
Smith,
Here.
Lockhart,
Here.
Zumba,
Here.
Stout,
Here.
Capron,
Here.
2.0 Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Tonight, we have a full council in the chambers. Although we have quite a few people virtual at tonight's meeting, we will continue to do a roll vote for all the agenda items. Rebecca, could you please give instructions for those who may be new to the virtual council meetings?
Absolutely. You will probably notice that you can't currently unmute yourself. If you would like to speak to the council on an agenda item when they get to the public with, that section as well, but also when they ask for public comment on any particular issue, simply raise your hand, and you can actually do that at any point while they're talking. You can find the raise your hand option if you cannot see that currently by clicking on participants, and that should bring up a list of everybody who is currently in here and should show you an option called raise your hand. Your other option is, of course, to send me a chat in the chat box. And I won't say how to raise your hand via phone because I don't see anybody who's joined us by phone. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Rebecca. 3.0 agenda approval.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Rich, second by Alan to approve the agenda as submitted. Beth?
Smith,
Yes.
Lockhart,
Yes.
Zumba,
Yes.
Stout,
Yes.
Capron,
Yes.
Crump.
Yes.
Motion to approve agenda carried unanimously. 4.0, motion to approve the minutes from the following meetings. I will ask that we have a motion to approve each one separately. 4.1, June 8th, 2020, regular council meeting.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Jeff, second by Rich. Any other discussion on the minutes submitted for the council meeting? Beth?
Lockhart,
Yes.
Zumba,
Yes.
Stout,
Yes.
Capron,
Yes.
Crump,
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Motion to approve regular council meeting minutes carried unanimously. 4.2, June 15, 2020, special meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Kay, second by John. Any other further discussion? Beth?
Zumba,
Yes.
Stout,
Yes.
Capron,
Yes.
Lockhart,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Crump,
Yes.
Motion to approve the minutes from the special meeting carried unanimously. 5.0, public hearings, none. 6.0, proclamations, none. 7.0, old business. 7.1, second reading of ordinance amending Chapter 4, municipal infractions, Chapter 51, junk vehicles and outdoor storage of vehicles, Chapter 52, lawn maintenance, and Chapter 145, dangerous buildings, and replacing Chapter 50, nuisance abatement procedure of the City Code of Ordinances.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Rich, second by Kay. Any further discussion on the council? Jacob, have you received any public comment?
I have not.
Rebecca, is there anyone from the public that has inquiry?
Nothing coming through the chat right now.
Approval of this is through the roll vote.
Lockhart,
Yes.
Crum,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Capron,
Yes.
Stout,
Yes.
Zumba,
Yes.
Motion to approve the second reading of the ordinance carried unanimously. Is there consideration to waiving the third?
Not at this time.
Then we will move on. 7.2, second reading of ordinance amending chapter 1, as well as various penalty provisions of the Anamosa, Iowa Code of Ordinances.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Rich, second by Kay. Any further council discussion? Anybody from the public inquire, Jacob?
No.
Rebecca, is there anyone from the public that has questions?
There is not.
Beth, can you call the roll vote?
Zumba,
Yes.
Stout,
Yes.
Capron,
Yes.
Lockhart,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Crum,
Yes.
Motion to approve the second reading of the ordinance amending chapter 1 carried unanimously. Does the council wish to give consideration to waiving the third reading?
Not at this time, I don't.
I'll take that as a no, and we'll move to 7.3. Resolution amending the City of Anamosa's personnel policy. I believe everybody from the council received a recent submission from Jacob.
Yeah, late this afternoon.
I haven't read it.
Yeah, I have not gone through it since I came in so late. So I don't know if I would really like to have a chance to go through it.
Understand?
I also would.
And my internet's been down.
So you haven't had an opportunity?
Yeah, a tree fell on my cable line. So I have no internet.
Jacob, you believe you captured everything that was discussed in the special meeting?
I believe I did. I know there was the policy on maternity, paternity leave, which I reviewed with the city attorney today and made a slight modification, but it's essentially the same. The majority of the, I guess, changes was pulling out several sections of the safety policy that I felt needed further work and only leaving the stuff that I thought was most essential. And I don't believe any of those sections had concerns from this group during our special meeting. I understand definitely the desire to review that, but I think I did capture those things we highlighted in our meeting.
Well, I guess 3 of the council has indicated additional time to review the latest submission. So with that, I guess I would entertain a motion to table 7.3 to our next meeting.
I will make the motion to table 7.3 until our next meeting.
I will second that motion.
Motion by Rich, second by Kay to table acceptance of the personnel policies. Any discussion from council? Rebecca, I would be surprised if the public had any inquiry, but I will ask.
There is not. I will take a quick moment to say, since someone just joined us via phone, that if you're joining on your telephone, you can press *9 to let me know that you would like to speak on a topic before the council. So just a heads up on that. But you're correct. There are no comments right now.
Thank you. Beth, will you conduct a roll vote?
Capron,
Yes.
Stout,
Yes.
Zumba,
Yes.
Lockhart,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Crump,
Yes.
Motion to table 7.3, personnel policy till the next council meeting, carried unanimously. 7.4, resolution setting salaries for fiscal year 2020 for appointed officials and employees of the city of Anamosa, and establishing an effective date for this resolution.
In the packet, there are 4 versions of this to reflect what was requested at the special meeting. There's the first resolution was version 1, which was my original proposal. And then version 2, 3% across the board. Version 3, 2.5% across the board. And version 4, 2% across the board.
Am I correct in assuming that insurance that we pay for employees is not included in these salary figures?
That's correct.
I was went through it all week. And according to your figures, and you stated that your way of doing it doesn't hurt the lower paid people as much as the upper paid people, or benefit them as much, I should say. But then I got to figuring up the lower paid people were getting less of a raise than the people on the upper part. So in other words, you just contradicted by doing the way you were talking about doing it. I don't know. To me, I think a 40-cent flat raise, everybody across the board, that should be it, in my opinion. Because I averaged out every department, and they were approximately 40 to 45 cents. So I took a little time on it, not a lot, but I took a little time. And I had people talking to me over the week asking why we're paying people $22 an hour to mow yards, when we got part-time people and that could be doing that, and it would open up the other. If we got, that many people, do we need that many people? So I'm just, people are talking to me, and I'm just stating their opinions, which is my job.
Totally agree, Galen. I'm getting the same questions. Why not more is being done by some departments, and just doing that. Been questioned that quite a bit.
I think one of the most important things we need to take into consideration is that everybody from the bottom to the top know that we're trying to be fair with everybody. And I just,
To me, his option, the first option, is not even on the table.
Well, I would agree with that, Galen. That's kind of why looking at more of a percentage increase would be across the board fair for everybody.
And I agree, but I look at it as, like he said, on some of it, the lower people would get less of a raise.
Well, some will, some won't. Some will get more of a raise because they were below.
No, I meant I got the figures here.
But I know,
Down.
you know, it's on an individual case by case
Yeah.
basis. I guess one of the questions I have before we get into anything is, do we foresee our income level is going to maintain where it's at? Or do we see a drop coming in this year?
As we discussed, primarily it's the hotel motel taxes are going to get hit the hardest.
But that's not affecting this.
Nope.
I'm talking anything that income wise that could affect this.
The only thing that could possibly affect it are road use taxes, and that's unclear. In the past, we have completely supported the street department wages by general fund, not road use tax. So exactly how that gets determined, it goes year by year.
But do we expect maybe some people can't pay property taxes on time as scheduled, and therefore that funding may be delayed until that gets caught up?
It's certainly possible. Don't have any way to project that at this time.
I think we need to be conservative though, and keep that in mind though with these wages. If road use goes down and that supports a whole entire department, I think we need to be careful on what we're proposing for increase.
Who could we call as far as the road use tax? Is there anybody that's involved in that we haven't talked to that may have information that could help us ascertain that?
Well, you know it's going to be down because, you know, it goes off of fuel and people weren't traveling. So at least for the last quarter, it's going to be short on that. And who knows what the future may hold on as far as that goes.
And right now, they have the highest per hour raise, the street department.
Well, and with that, Galen, you know, you look at, I don't know, I looked at the last month's department reports.
Yeah, I've seen it too.
And if you looked at streets, that could have all been done by seasonal help.
Yeah.
All the mowing, all the trimming. I looked at water and wastewater. They did over 100 locates in May, which if you average that out is 5 locates per department per 20 days of a business day. I didn't see streets do a single locate for storm sewers, which I know they're probably not going to do 100, but there should have been some in there.
Well, another thing, if we've got seasonal help, the people that are getting paid the money here to work in our city could be starting to fix the streets and doing things that we're hiring, from what I understand, other companies come in to do. I think we could save some money in that respect too. I mean, that's something we got to look at.
Something to think about.
Rod had brought that up once. We have to be pretty lean and mean on what's going on in the city right now.
So Galen, you're proposing a flat 40 cent
Per person.
per person?
Per hour. That's pretty much average of all of his, raises that he had, Jacob had set up, and that's about average. I mean, everybody gets the same. It ain't the same percentage, no. The guy that's making $17 an hour or $14 an hour is going to get a higher percentage than the one making 27.
Right.
So, but each person is getting the same amount.
I think commonplace, and I can't say all, but I think it's fairly common to do a percentage I mean, it's,
Yeah, it is, and I agree with that, but I'm going with what's, I think is fair. And I'm gonna just state my opinion on, it, you
Yeah.
know.
And I think you said, Jeff, last week, you looked it up, cost of living was 1.6%,
I think that was what I looked up last week, so.
something like that.
I'll check again.
One thing with Galen's proposal, I guess you could look at it as every member of the team is equal, as important as any other one.
Now, I want to say the library deserves more.
We budget for the library. The library board makes the decision on the wages and the salary for that department.
But I just wanted to state that.
Yeah.
They've been doing without in recent years, and we were able to increase their budget this year.
If that wasn't clear, the library and the bargaining unit employees within the police department weren't changed at all from version to version. So
I know that Jeff stated the 2% or whatever we go with, that's what you do, but then the top wages are still gaining more than the lower ones.
Well, they're
And
already.
I know that's usually what you do is a percent, but
They're pretty set down there.
yeah.
Through the union.
No, but I mean, the rest of the departments, not police and the others. But I mean, if you do that, your higher wage, hourly wage people are still gonna get more of a raise, your 40 cents.
Yeah.
Like you said, then they're all equal.
It's not perfect, you know.
No,
I'm not-
nothing's gonna be.
No, that's true.
So if I look at the summary page, am I correct in assuming that the wages budgeted for 2021 are like 1.5 million roughly?
$1,585,000.
Yeah.
roughly.
Okay. And so all the percents come in under, the total for all of the percents come in under the budgeted amount. Am I reading that correctly?
3% does.
So
Mine's
3% does
15.4.
not on a couple of them, and
Overall,
2.5 overall they do, which is all that really matters.
3%, 2.5% would equate to more than your proposal.
Right.
But it's, you know, they're so close after 1.5 million, you know, another few $1,000s. I don't want to say that that's pocket change, but it really doesn't impact the overall scheme of it.
Yeah, the bottom line, I think 2.5 is closest to what dollar amount the proposal was.
Well, we've had quite a bit of discussion on the proposed salary and wages for the next fiscal year.
I mean, if you're looking at bottom line of fiscal year, in the budget year, the budget where it's 1.585 on the 3%, that's still 1.549. So
Yeah.
based on what the budget was, that was overall more than 3%.
But it's still higher than what
So-
he proposed.
And to clarify why there's such a distinction there, that budget figure is taking into account, like we discussed last Monday, is that some employees are expected to get other increases in their wages throughout the year, not part of this through licenses or other things. So we had to make sure we have money for that. We're expecting that to happen. That's why there's some wiggle room between the proposal and that number, is to provide for those sorts of increases.
So we have a separate budget amount for wages from the amount of insurance that we pay per employee, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, Jacob, if I'm understanding it correctly, raises a valid point that if we go with the percentage, if we go with Galen's proposal, anybody that is going to step up to another level with license, they automatically get that increase? Or is that only in your wage scale?
I would intend to keep those sorts of promotions in place, even though the rest of the scale would, at least for now, be scrapped. So it would be $3 for grade 1, $2 for grade 2, and
It's what we're doing now, right?
That's my understanding.
Yeah.
I would tend to keep that the same, but I'm just clarifying that's why those.
Sure.
Yeah, you have to.
You plan for it.
Yeah.
Which is good.
You offer the incentive, you really should.
You better not take it away.
Yeah.
It's just that I went through years and years in a factory. It's always been a flat rate increase. Never been a percentage in any kind of places. So I understand the percentage is what you guys are used to, but it's not what I went through.
So with your 40 cent, did you come up with a total figure for what it would cost?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I just kind of took an average, and because some people in here are making 70 cents more and 71 cents, and one person's making 73 cents more per hour. And then the bottom person, I kind of just took the bottom person. He's getting a 40-cent raise is all he's getting. So, I'm talking streets, water, and wastewater.
Yeah.
I'm not talking anybody else.
Right.
And I just said, if it's good enough for him, it's good for everybody else. That's the way I figured it. And you'd be surprised if people I talked to this week about mowing and making big money. So, they also said I should speak up more.
Thank you, Gail.
I appreciate the homework you've done on this since last week's gathering. I'm not looking to ram this through, but I'm going to take that Galen has a motion on the floor for an increase of all streets, park and rec, administration, water and wastewater employees to receive a 40 cents across the board increase per hour. Is that your motion, Galen?
Yes, I'll motion that.
I'll ask for a second to that motion.
For clarification, would that also apply to the police chief, who is not bargaining unit employee?
Galen? That includes the police chief?
I never figured, because I was thinking that was part of the collective bargaining, I guess. Yeah, I'll go with the police chief too. There.
That covers everyone.
Do we know what that adds up to?
No, I don't. I gotta figure it's gonna be close to what Jacob's proposal was. If Galen says he ran
got
those
it
numbers and
averaged out,
took
it
an
should be-
average.
It should be
Actually,
very
it's gonna,
close.
we're gonna save a little money.
Sure does, just not see it in front of us in an organized way and just, well, this, take your word for it, man. Just like to see it, I guess.
It would,
That's my feeling too. I'd like to know what it adds up to.
my average, and I just average all the wages, the increases. And it averages out at 48 cents. And I figure, we can't be spending money constantly.
No, that's true.
I mean, 8 cents. Some of the raises in Jacob's deal was 4 cents. I just can't see giving somebody a 4-cent raise. And it's,
No, I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that either.
so I basically just made it to what the bottom, there's a couple people get a 25-cent raise, but I didn't think that was enough. So I know 40 cents ain't a lot either, but it's more than I get this year.
Well, there is a motion on the floor. It can certainly die for a lack of second.
I'd really like to know what that adds up to. The one thing that concerns me is I want to make sure that everybody understands we're trying to be fair top to bottom and bottom to top. And this may not be perfect this year, but we can work on it to make it better next year and pay attention to some of the places where money is sliding through cracks so we can keep some of it in the city's till so we can do things that we want to do, especially taking care of our employees. They're the most important people we've got here. I agree with Galen in his idea, but I really would like to know what that adds up to. If anybody's got a calculator can figure that.
Trying to get a close estimate.
I'd be willing to wait just to hear it.
Okay, this is a rough calculation, not perfect, but it's gonna be close to 1,548,000.
We're right in the same ballpark.
Which, just to recap, Jacob's proposed total wages on the scale is 1.541 million. 3% across the board is 1.549. 2.5% is 1.544, and 2% is 1.539.
You said this was what?
1,548,000. Came up with that with 19 employees being affected times $832, which would be the annual increase.
And when you did your calculations, you said it was a 48,
Yeah.
averaged out about
But
48.
I only did it with three departments. I just did it with the streets, water, and wastewater. I didn't figure in the police chief.
Parks and Rec. And Parks, you didn't figure in Parks and Rec.
Not park and rec either.
Okay.
Because I guess I didn't think that was part of it, so.
So we're still waiting on a second.
Yes, we are.
I mean, if somebody else has got a better idea, you can put it out there.
I'll ask for a second to Galen's motion again. If I don't receive it, this will die for a lack of second. And that's what we will consider. That Galen's motion dies for a lack of second. Is there another motion you would like to?
Well, I'm going to make a motion for a 2% raise.
Second.
Motion by Rich, second by Jeff for a 2% raise across the board for all employees that qualify: the police, the street, the parks and rec, administration, water and wastewater.
It'd be police chief.
Yeah, police chief, not
Yeah,
the police personnel.
department, yep.
Yeah.
Any other further council discussion?
And Jeff, you said the cost of living was 1.65,
1.6.
just even, okay.
It's above the cost of living.
Rebecca, is there any public comment?
Yes, there is one from Ginger. Ginger, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. If you could just say your name, introduce yourself to the council.
Okay, hi, this is Ginger Thomas, the deputy clerk. And I had just been listening to the meeting tonight and previous meetings. And I kind of gathered there's some unspoken, I don't know, hostility towards the streets department. And I raised my hand when Galen was talking about the 40 cents per person across the board. I raised my hand because I felt offended by that, because I feel that there's trouble between the council, that they feel there's something going on in the street department. So I feel like the 40 cents per person, you're rewarding poor performance and you are punishing good performance. Now with the 2% raise, motioned and second, that's great. You know, it's a percentage across the board. The people that are on the higher pay scale, most of the time they've earned it because they've been here a longer period of time, where the people on the lower pay scale, you know, we've just started out. But I still would like to see there be some sort of merit raise, perhaps for good performance versus when the council is upset with poor performance. So that is, I guess, my 2 cents that I wanted to let everyone aware of.
Thank you,
Well,
Ginger.
Can I answer?
You sure can, yeah.
But according to my figures, you would get a bigger raise with my 40 cents than you will with the 2%.
You are correct. A 2 cent per hour more increase with your 40%, or your 40 cents, excuse me. So that's great, but you're also rewarding somebody who you do not feel is doing their job performance very well, 40 cents.
Well, I feel everybody deserves a raise, so.
Yes, I do too.
And let me just say that this gives us time to look at this for next year to hopefully come up with a better system.
Right.
But our backs are against the wall because July 1st is right around the corner.
Yeah, it is.
Right.
Ginger, I
appreciate all the work you guys have put towards, you know, working on this, and I know it's a big job, and it's hard when you're dealing with employees that, you know, are family and friends, not necessarily family, but, you know, we're all in this together, and I don't think there's any employee that wouldn't want another employee to better themselves. So I appreciate the council looking into that and thinking of our well-being.
Ginger, I appreciate your comments. I've made comments in meetings before that we should be a family, and families usually fix things internally and solve problems. And I've got a lot of faith in the crew that's here on your council and our mayor. I really think that we're going to stop kicking the can down the road. And thank you for what you said. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you. I wanted to be a voice. I didn't want to sit beside and not say anything until tomorrow, because that's not fair to myself nor anyone else. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you again, Ginger.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for a 2% increase. If there's no other council discussion, I'll ask Beth to conduct a roll vote.
Crump,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lockhart,
Yes.
Zoma,
Yes.
Stout,
Yes.
Capron,
No.
Motion to give the
I had to.
employees a 2% increase carried with a 5-1 favorable decision. 7.5, resolution authorizing new streetlights in the Meadow Ridge 9th and 10th edition.
So moved.
Second.
Motion to approve by Galen, second by Alan. Any other council discussion?
Well, I've got a question
What are we
About that.
approving?
because I think Jacob sent out 3 options. Which option are you taking?
I didn't get to see any of it.
Oh,
So,
So the
Yeah.
resolution presented hasn't changed from what was originally proposed. In talking with Snyder and Associates, that proposal reflects what's currently in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
But probably wouldn't meet the standard set by SUDAS. We can still move forward. We aren't beholden to that. Although, there's a reason it's a standard. So we could have an assessment performed by them to specifically locate each spot of a new pole. I think it was $1,500 to do that, and it would take some time to do that. They kind of roughly estimated that would put every pole about 150 to 200 feet. So we could, I think, also modify the placement ourselves and say that that's going to meet the standard pretty close anyway, and move forward that direction. That's kind of the 3 options I presented.
I think we have control over where those poles go. The distance is already dictated by them, so all we got to do is take a look at it and what do I think we should be.
well,
I think you were
except,
talking about a corner that needed one.
right, but if you go with the option that's sitting there, it's sitting at, 6 poles? So if we, what's that?
Yeah, 6 poles.
Yeah, so if we want the 150 feet or whatever, there's gonna be more poles involved.
How many more? They say?
I would estimate close to double,
Whoa.
That's a lot of streetlights.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they're at 300 to 350 now. So going to 150 to 200, it may not be quite double, but I'd say probably at least
close.
5 more.
and that gets it closer to
Basically,
the,
every other lot line, two lots.
gets it a little closer to the standard, or,
That would get you pretty close to the standard, if not meeting the standard.
I thought what we had on the first one was close to the standard, except we're missing a pole in a corner or something.
Well, I think Rich pointed out, which is, I think, accurate, that corner should have a light on it.
yeah, from Chamber up to Caitlin, from the corner of where Council Street meets Chamber, then up to Caitlin, there's no light on that block.
Yeah.
And the light that is on Caitlin is 80 feet to the north of the actual corner,
So
or approximately 80 feet. So there would really be no light in that short block.
is
So
this our cost, putting in these poles?
These poles that we're discussing right now are the cost of the developer.
Rich, using what you had pointed out at the last meeting and again tonight, the 6 that's proposed that we've looked at all
Yeah.
along, would you favor this, adding that 7th one at or around that corner?
I would, but I guess my question is too, is if we're not meeting some standards, what's the cause and effect?
Sure.
You know, what is the negative part of this if we don't meet whatever standard that's out there? Is there a problem with that? Is there a potential problem?
I think there's always some risk, but not much. We don't specify that as a standard that the council has adopted, so while that's the standard that exists, it's not one that we've committed to necessarily.
Okay. Well, if we added the 7th one, I'd be inclined to approve this, but I just don't want to make sure that we're not, say, 5 years down the road saying, boy, I wish we would have made these lights a little closer. But if they're set at 300 and you go 150, I guess we drop in lights in between if we have to. But it's going to be a lot more pain because when the ground's torn up and buildings being done, that's when the time is to put them in.
Well, if the developer's gonna be handling that, we should probably make sure they're done right. I maybe should retract my second on that.
The developer, I think, would accept whatever we accept tonight, and then that entity would probably be washing their hands from anything else that the city would request down the road.
Yeah.
That'd be my guess. I'm not gonna.
Then how many feet should we do?
Or can we just say we'll go 200 feet?
Maybe 200 feet?
Lindsay, have you had any experience with this? Could you come up front and
Yeah.
offer any expertise that you might
Yeah, I
have?
think the comments about the lighting were, yeah, there are minimum design standards that you could adhere to, but you guys don't have to. You can do whatever you want with SUDAS as far as design goes. It has nothing to do with safety. It's probably more uniformity thing in the city. I believe the existing neighborhoods are already at 350 feet.
Roughly, yeah.
So if people like that, the residents are okay with that. If they're asking for more lights, there's your answer. If they're fine with what's existing, it'll match existing. And maybe people don't like more lights either. I don't know. It's kind of a feeling of the resident type of thing, because I'm sure if you drive around town, there are neighborhoods that are more or less lit. So, as far as like standards for what you have to do, I don't know that there are any. Unless people feel unsafe and you want more lighting, you can do like a really in-depth lighting study. But it seems overkill. Yeah, it seems very overkill for what we're talking about.
And that's a good point. Just that if we do, sort of change the precedent of what the city's doing, what does that cause us to do for the rest of town in terms of reevaluating that and bringing it to the same standard? But
Well, another thing I gotta add too is I'm a farm boy and I don't like streetlights.
Well,
I really liked it when that street light across the street from my house burned out and nobody put one in there.
If there is that, people will hate them in the bedroom windows. So.
I was a happy camper.
but somebody like Jeff have little kids, you may want some street lights out.
Yeah.
So, and you guys live out in that neighborhood, so you have a better idea of what it's like, how the street
So
lights
do we look
do.
at like 200
It's
feet?
typical that, you want your neighborhood well lit, but as Lindsay points out, you don't want that light shining in your window. So,
I think I would stay with the standard distance with the other neighborhoods out there, because if you double those and then the original part council I'm on doesn't have any.
Well, yeah.
So I think it's not gonna match up very well.
Let's say let's do that, but I think Rich has
And
got a point
the
there. We
addition
probably
of the
need one
one.
on that corner.
add that.
Add the 7th one.
Corners are places that should be lit up, I think, so.
Well, either put it on the corner or put it in the middle of that block, since you've got the one that's kind of close to the corner, but not on the corner. So it's one or the other. But I do think there needs to be one going down that block someplace.
So do I need to modify?
Would you amend your motion?
Yes, I will amend it.
Alan, you still
I'll
second?
second his amendment.
All right, so let me just rephrase Galen's motion as I recall it with the amendment. Accepting this, what's been submitted with the 6 various streetlights, adding a 7th one at or around the Chamber, Caitlin T intersection. Is the council good with that?
Yep.
Paraphrasing. Rebecca, is there any public comment?
There is not.
Beth, would you conduct the roll vote?
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lockhart,
Yes.
Capron,
Yes.
Stout,
Yes.
Zumba,
Yes.
Motion to approve the street lighting for Meadow Ridge 9th and 10th edition carried unanimously. 8.0, new business. 8.1, request to bring residential construction on Lot 5 within County Club Estates, 2nd edition, prior to approval of final plat.
We had done this with 3 lots last fall on the other side of the road. So I think we're near getting the final plat anyway, but just so that they can get started on the Country Club Estate side of the road, they're requesting approval to begin on one of the parcels. I don't see any reason not to let that proceed as long as it stays limited to just the one parcel.
Do you know how soon the final plat's coming?
Don't have a firm number given to me.
Are we weeks out, months out?
60 days. I mean, 30 to 60 days. The 3 lots were on mine, on my side, the country club.
Bryce,
side.
can you come up to the center? I know how much you like to do that.
Thanks, Rod.
State your name, please.
Bryce Strickliff. So the 3 permits we approved last year were on my side of the Meadow Ridge project. We got one of those up. We're getting ready to start another one here in a couple weeks. Dad's got the country club side, or the north side of Chamber. So he wants to get a duplex condo started there while the labor forces are available. So that's where he's at. So we did not approve, and that 3, we didn't have one on his side. So I told him he could take one of mine, but then it didn't work because he's on a different development. So you got to approve a different lot. But so that's what it basically is. Get something built. And so.
And as far as you know, on Lot 5, he is looking to build a duplex.
Yep.
Move to approve.
Second it.
Motion to approve the request by Kay, second by Alan. Any further council discussion? Back, any public comment?
There is not.
Beth, would you conduct a roll vote?
Lockhart,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Crum,
Yes.
Capron,
Yes.
Zumba,
Yes.
Stout,
Yes.
Motion to approve the request carried unanimously. 8.2, agreement with Snyder and Associates to perform engineering services related to the extension of Old Dubuque Road, east and west connections. Lindsay? Need you to state your name this time.
Lindsay, even sorry, Snyder and
That's
Associates,
all
I'm
right.
not used to presenting to you guys. case you're not aware, there's this tiny little project we've all been talking about, the extension of Old Dubuque Road north to Parham Drive, and then the crossing of unnamed street across 151 to connect the east and west sides as part of a potential closure of the Old Dubuque Road intersection there. I was here last meeting, so I think everybody knows what's going on. We're looking at the engineering for that to get that project going. I've looked at this from a lot of different angles. I think you're going to want to know everything it's going to take from start to finish on this project, and this is a big project as far as timing goes and the different entities. We're looking at a schedule of starting ASAP with the funding applications and preliminary design. Regardless of funding, we're under the assumption that you're going to continue with design anyway, so there's not going to be a hold up to wait for grants to keep going because we're going to get this thing hopefully bid and built as soon as possible. I'm thinking construction could be easily by 2023. We're thinking about breaking it into phases. Part of that is to get some of the project moving faster than other parts of the project because there's going to be a lot of earthwork, and the sooner you can get earthwork moving and getting compacted and settlement on that, the easier it is for the next leg of construction to come right in and not have to wait for some of that to start up. As far as engineering services go, like I said, I put the whole gamut I have in front of me here for everything for the next 3 years because I don't want to come back to you guys and say, okay, we're halfway done, now you need to pay for final design. But it's a lot of money. I have for all, like it's 3.5 years worth, and that's for survey, design, bridge structures, the DOT permitting, environmental assessments, hydraulic analysis for stormwater, water, sewer. I'm planning on having to extend sewer and water services along the city rights of way. Anything for the development would be separated by the developer. Construction services, and I have a total of, for all of that, everything we can anticipate needing for this project, $700,000. Now, at least a third of that, not more than a third of that, is construction alone, and that's for the day-to-day observation and the kind of stuff that comes with somebody being out there in field, observing everything that's happening, doing the pay applications and the processing. So this is a big number, but I want you to know that it's a big amount of time and a lot of work that needs to happen. So I wanted you to know what it would be because I don't want to come back, like I said later, and surprise you that it's a lot of stuff happening for a big project. But I also want to tell you that because we've just gotten our legs under us on this project and it's very new, and I think the council's still trying to process what you can do for funding and how much the whole project's going to cost, that I would recommend even that you just do a portion of that approval of that contract tonight if you'd like, just to get us started to a certain dollar amount. Because I don't want you to have to commit to all that right now if you're not ready for that. But that was basically the grant applications are going to be, in August and September, and those are the things we want to get our legs under to get going now. That'll be a huge part in telling what the rest of the story is for the project. Trying to think what else I had to say. I mean, there's a lot going on out there. Yeah, I mean, basically, it's one of those things where I will be here constantly giving you updates and answering questions. I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of back and forth because this is a huge thing, and I know there's been a lot of parties involved. We're not going to stop talking at that level of county engineering involvement. The state DOT is obviously going to have a lot of fingers in this, and we're used to that. So that's a lot of what we anticipate in needing. We know what the DOT is going to require, which is already figured into all of our calculations. The local developer has interests and will help guide some of the things, their design decisions that need to make to happen, and the landowner as well. Same entity will have, help us determine what right of way can be acquired and what can be built along the right of way and the sequencing of events. So, questions? Sometimes I talk too fast too.
We spoke earlier today.
Yes.
Could you restate for council the 9.7 where we're talking about secondary inspections and testing?
Within the contract, yeah, it talks about construction services and special testing. I know, yeah, you asked about that in here. We have a standard agreement in the front of the contract, and then we break it down per project on that attachment A, exhibit A. But we do talk about there are services that aren't necessarily provided by us, and they are usually like construction services for like concrete testing and breaking, beam testing, steel, geotechnical work. We're thinking like physical on the ground type testing of actual materials that doesn't happen in an engineering firm's office. But all of those are typically done by the contractor on the job if they're required to build the project. So they're included in the ultimate bid project. They're under construction. We usually make the contractor pass those fees along so they can they can hire their independent laboratories to test the things. They're all DOT certified laboratories, but yes. There are, yeah, you noticed that in there it talks about how there are some construction services where we don't perform those, and that is true. But as far as the other construction work, like I said, a third of the price was in construction. That is a lot of day-to-day. I mean, a lot of times you have somebody out there full-time because you need to know if the contractor is working, what they're doing, so you know if they're counting that day to get paid for. You need to know if there's problems that come up, how to address them instantly, how payments are processed. DOT does audits if there's DOT involvement, which there will be because the DOT is going to have their finger on every inch of anything that's in the right of way. So any audit work, we have to be doing daily logs and reporting to the DOT because that's the only way you're going to get, especially with grant funding too. The only way you're going to get your grants if they're DOT authorized grants is to follow their federal rules.
In your previous meeting, I think you mentioned grants a little bit. You're going to be working on grants in the beginning. When can we expect maybe to get a better feel as to what grants we're going to probably receive?
Yep, so there was at least 3 big ones we've been having our eye on. One of them is pretty much a certainty. That's the local funding that's available through essentially the regional government agency. I know that Derek had spoken before on, I think it's about $1 million that's in the pot right now. That you're looking at potentially if the COG wants to allocate it, which it sounds like there's a pretty good chance he's speaking on your behalf. The other funding, I can't remember if they're annual or quarterly, but I'm pretty sure by December we'll have a good chance of knowing on another one. And then I think the other one is just on it. There's one to be in December. One is pretty much a done deal, depending on when the county wants to meet or the COG wants to meet. And then the other one is also a commission. They have a lot of private commissions that meet to discuss all the applications as they get them and piecemeal them out as they go. So I think the other one's up in the air, but I would think by December we would know on all fronts.
Would that be the RISE?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, there's RISE and USTEP.
USTEP?
Yeah, RISE. The safety one. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Okay.
And remember correctly, the RISE can rise with commitment of future businesses coming in?
Yep. Yeah, when you start to break down all the funding avenues, there are different funding avenues depending on the type of businesses you can influence. If you can create new jobs, there's more money that comes with that. It's the challenge of being able to create the jobs though and to prove it to the DOT because it can't be, I think it has to be certain job types, they have to be industrial, and you can't move jobs around the state. They want new jobs. So you have to put forth an effort to bring some new jobs into town and then show them that because that money then they'll come back and check to make sure that your jobs are there and it wasn't just a manufactured, hey, we might have some jobs here, and then no, they pay attention. That's a lot of key points of these audits is the DOT comes back and checks their books. They put us all to shame on book work.
Means you're doing such a great job of explaining everything. Could you inform the council as to this early start, what that actually will be? I know you talked about how you want the grading and let the ground sit, but what's the actual, what part of that project is actually going to occur the earliest?
Yeah, so the look-see is, and I think I had it scheduled. I think we were hoping, because the DOT does their letting dates, and we're kind of following the DOT schedule, assuming that they're going to have a lot of influence on this. I mean, some of that has to do with the funding as well as their permitting. They have letting schedules, so they're every 6 weeks. We kind of have to follow their schedule. But we were thinking by November of 2021, for sure, we could be letting a project to do some grading, to take some earthwork from the far west end of the site and bring it closer to where that overpass is going to go, because that's going to have to get a lot of elevation up in order to get there. And that's going to be what did we say, 20-some feet of fill? And that's not something you want to just put there and then start building the concrete bridge on top of. You need to let it settle. So I think by late next year, you'll be seeing earth moving. Be a good chance in order to get the dirt there. We'd be putting some road base down in order to have trucks move the dirt. It'll be a lot faster to have trucks roll dirt from one part of the project to the other, which means we'd also try to get the culvert in on Stallion Creek so they had a crossing, because that's a big part of that first phase was done. It would ease up construction on moving dirt from one site to the other. And then the other stuff can all happen as a second phase project where it's actually, now we have everything settled, we have road base, we can actually do some concrete work, some utility work, all the finished stuff, the trail work, the actual bridge. That was the plan. And that one, I'm sorry, would be, I think we were thinking of fall of 2022 letting, and then the construction would be 2023. The end of 2023 would be the end of the construction. for everything.
Council have any questions for Lindsay? I appreciate you offering up the opportunity to separate and not commit to the entire amount. That speaks of a valued
Yeah.
partner.
I know I talked to you about it, how I thought it was too scary to come here asking for that today after we just learned about the project maybe 2 weeks ago. But I also know how hard it is. And we do this on projects too. We don't know necessarily what the second half will look like. And we come back later and all of a sudden it's like it's a ransom notice because you've already committed 50% and now to start all over would cost you double versus just continuing on with somebody maybe you're not happy with. And so I would rather, because we've been trying to be very open about what this whole thing gonna look like. And so this is what it looks like to us. This is what this whole thing looks like. And it's not gonna be spent this year, that's for sure. It's not gonna be spent the next 2 years. I mean, most of it won't be until maybe the end of 2023. We're looking at the rest of it because that's the big part of the project won't even be built until then. And that's when the bulk of that construction services are gonna happen, and when there's concrete and steel and massive structures being built, so.
One more question on the grants. Can we look forward to possibly grants throughout the process, say next year, we come up with some more?
If there's ever extra money that the government materializes, we love to get our hands on that. I don't know of anything now, but obviously the government is talking about maybe funding. The more construction ready projects are, the more the federal government likes giving out those, hey, we have money, we want to get to stimulate the economy right now. So yes, sometimes there are chances when like the government will say next year, this whole COVID thing's been a drag, we still haven't boosted our economy, let's feed some money into construction projects to keep, businesses moving. And that's when you just say, we apply, we have this project. I mean, that's okay. You don't have to be just a brand new idea. You can say, we have this project that's ready, give us more money. And that is something that they like to see. So they can brag that they've stimulated the economy with all this money.
Yeah.
Which is true, because even though it was already existing, by putting that money back in your pocket, you put money back in everybody else's pocket.
Yeah. Well, it's good to know that you guys
Yeah,
are doing
and then
that.
there's also, I mean, if you don't make it with some of these funding, you could reapply, but that gets to some extent where you run out of time. You either have to sacrifice moving the project forward with or without it. So yeah, there's sometimes when the grants are annual eligibility, you have to just reapply.
Okay.
I mean, heck, that's how we paid for the wastewater plant, was 2 grants that just popped out of the blue. Nobody expected that.
6.3 million.
Forgot about that.
I have a question. Lindsay.
Can you come up, Dan?
No, I just have a question to Lindsay is all I want to ask.
Could you come up, state
Sure.
your name, and then
Absolutely. So I'm Dan Smith, the wastewater superintendent. With this project, would you anticipate upgrade on a lift station in that area?
No idea, because I don't know enough about that lift station yet. I've heard that it was designed for the development, and I've heard that somebody needed to look at it, so I do not know. But I want to look at all the utilities in the area and make sure that we're getting them appropriately planned for, so there's no ripping up of new streets to put in anything.
My point being, if we would look at doing a lift station, could we apply for like a clean water grant?
Money.
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you could definitely use DNR funding sources for water and sewer eligible projects.
Yeah.
That's a good point. I think you are CDBG eligible right now.
any other comment or questions from the public in chambers? Rebecca, oh,
I just wanted, Brooke Volken, I just wanted to, from a community perspective, throw out there. My husband and I were born and raised here. We left after we graduated to go to Western Iowa, Des Moines area, Cedar Falls area to pursue educational career opportunities. We made a conscious choice to come back here once we decided to have a family. I've worked in the Marion area for a developer for several years now. Again, I made a conscious decision to switch careers and come back here and work here. This is a choice for us. It wasn't just we were here and we just never left. We've made the conscious choice to put our roots here. And I think this project is really exciting, and I really appreciate all the effort that's been put in from different resources in the community, the council, to see the opportunities that this could bring, the growth that it could bring. I've got a kiddo starting in the junior high this fall. The safety aspect there, it checks a lot of boxes. So I just wanted to put that out there from a member of the community that I'm very excited about it and look forward to seeing what you guys come up with. So.
Thank you, Brooke. Rebecca, do you have any question or comments from the virtual public?
There have not been any that have come up.
Well, I would,
Brad?
yes, you
One
sure
quick,
can.
Very short, because that was very nice, Brooke. Matt Behrens, Anamosa Development Corp., Jones County Development Commission, and I run a local business here in town. I truly believe that this project is probably one of the most important things that anyone in Anamosa has decided for the last 20 years. That is our one direction to grow. That is our one direction to look back in 20 years and say, okay, for once, we weren't looking to the outside saying, why them? We were looking to the inside and saying, well, we did that, and that's pretty darn cool. So as I said, this is, I think, for the future of this town, for the future of the tax base, for the future of the school, I think this is a tremendous project to get started and to fast track it. And one where we look back in 15, 20 years and say, wow, I'm really glad we got that through.
Thanks, Matt. Bryce?
Sure, why not?
Restate your name.
Bryce Rickless. Being involved with the project and naturally being involved with a lot of construction projects, I've seen, the budget and stuff, and just kind of want to point out this. I know the numbers are big. We're looking at a project that could approach 7 million. Different ways you figure engineering costs can be and such, but when I was looking at it, it's keep in mind with the cost, just like say, we work on 40 million plus worth of municipal projects a year all over the east half of Iowa. So we deal with a lot of engineering firms, a lot of situations. As Lindsay pointed out, with that bridge crossing the DOT, the paperwork and the amount of work that goes with that DOT work and the DOT paperwork is very intense. We've been through the audits and stuff, working DOT projects all over the area and stuff, and there is a lot of effort that gets put forth to that. So I just kind of wanted to say, I know it's a big number, but knowing the projects, I don't want to, seems like a weird thing to say it's reasonable because contractors and engineers don't get along. But there is. You don't get a copy. No, but like I said, we built 4 large roundabouts now our company has in the area, and the amount of thought and engineering, it's not just a paved circle. There is so much studying going on in the construction and building of that, and then you put the crossing and then that bridge going over the highway. It's a big deal, and it's just one of those. I just want to say, I know the numbers are large, but there is a lot going on. So
you're the one that,
fees on percentage, it's on the hours.
so you're the one that's putting those roundabouts out that are irritating the hell out of you.
Yeah, we did 7th and 7th in Marion. We did the one at Prairie Creek. Did the one downtown, 16th Avenue.
You probably heard me cuss a couple times.
I got flipped off more than once.
I'll bet you did.
I guess the one thing that we are lacking on this, if we're going to move forward, is a motion.
I make the motion.
Second.
Motion by Rich, second by Jeff. And is your motion for the 100,000 committing or the overall 700,000? Snyder's has kind of given us an out.
Yeah,
I'm
gonna go with the out, Lindsay.
I have to know that's an option, it's realistic when I provided it.
We can always jump back in.
Well, just in case.
There's the motion. Beth, can you conduct a roll vote?
Smith,
Yes.
Lockhart,
Yes.
Capron,
Yes.
Stout,
Yes.
Zumba,
Yes.
Crump.
Yes.
Motion to enter into the agreement with Snyder and Associate on the Old Dubuque Road at $100,000.
It's been such a positive experience. I did not want to be the reason why you guys lost any momentum. Honestly, that was part of it. I'm like, I don't want you to have to freak out and think about it for a couple weeks. I just wanted to,
Well,
I want this to be very successful. So I want to have a conversation constantly.
and we needed to decide this so you could start getting those
Get the
grants.
Yes. Oh,
Written.
definitely.
Thank you.
Get as much as
Thank
you
you.
possibly can. 8.3, discussion of possible action on the implementation of parklets within the downtown area.
So we've been discussing this with the Downtown Improvement Task Force. I intended to have a more specific proposal in terms of the placement of those. But I know that Leanna Boone, Chamber Director, has been in conversations with the downtown businesses and is working to get their feedback and make sure that we're doing our best to, we're never going to make everybody happy, but do our best to do that. So I guess, like I said, I wish I had more details to provide, but the thinking is to do three or four pilot project parklets, which are essentially just closing off a parking stall and providing space to, in our discussions, it's primarily going to be related to restaurants dining outside, provide more room for the people to do that in a safe environment. From what I had mentioned, we've got we've looked at different ways to do that. I think the most common is more of like a deck-like structure, but that's not always the case. Lots of communities even around us, I think. Rod, do you remember what community Leanna had mentioned?
Just Galena.
Galena was using just concrete blocks to block off the parking stalls, and we had a commitment from, I think it was Weber Stone, to provide limestone to do this similar thing. So essentially would provide, cost the city nothing to do that. I wouldn't be asking to move forward with so little detail except the longer we go, I think the more the businesses struggle. I mean, obviously things are currently trending upward. Restaurants could be at 100% capacity, I believe. But I think there's still, and for good reason, a lot of caution out there. I would, encouraging city employees and other people to remain cautious in their public interactions. So, again, I just think this provides an opportunity for people to engage with our businesses, but in a more safe manner.
So if Weber Stone provides whatever, it's only taken up that one parking spot. It's not going to expand into other parking spots.
We would place them so they just take up the one. And like I said, we plan on doing 3 or 4 of these throughout the downtown.
And how long would they run?
Right now, the intention is to let them run through the summer.
September? I mean, is there a date?
I don't have a date. I guess we could set one, but really as long as the weather was good and people were wanting to be outside.
Well, I got to tell you, as iffy as this thing is right now, without having some details, I'm kind of leaning at not doing anything until we can get some firm information.
Derek?
Yeah, may I speak?
Yes, please.
Derek Lumsden, Jones County Economic Development. I sit on the downtown task force that you all appointed at the end of last year after the downtown assessment. One of the things that was recommended was to find a way to get more people outdoors. Anamosa is unique for a courthouse town that it doesn't have a courthouse square. Courthouse sits off at one end and you're sort of bookended by green space, but you don't have a lot of outdoor activity that can be done. It was most noticeable during COVID when some of the businesses were open. You had nobody on the streets and you had nobody being able to go into businesses and know. The nice thing about a parklet or things like this, the one, it brings activity outside. It lets people see that those places are open. So let's use like Grounds and Goodies, for example. If one was right outside hers and people were sitting out there eating, they would know she was open that day. where after several months of not being sure if people are open or when they're open and such, it doesn't really give them that same opportunity. But a lot of towns use these, not only in Iowa, but across the country, and they're primarily for restaurants, just because it makes more sense to do it there, so you have that more outdoor seating. And they tend to run April through October, because November to March, you never know what the weather's gonna look like. But all the towns that use them swear by them. Indianola has a great one. I don't know if you've ever been to the, it's a grill, I can't think of the name off the top of my head, Westtown Grill, I think it's called. They give 3 or 4, 5 parking spaces every summer, roll one out, and they put it up all summer, and they say it increases their business by 10%, just because people can enjoy eating outside, and it brings more people downtown. They see people active, they're more likely to spend time where they see people. Thank you.
And every community does them different. You know, some may let the businesses drive this and say those who want to participate can do so and set up certain rules. I guess the reason we're trying to go at it this way is to make sure we're limiting the total number, because we're aware that, you know, if we let every restaurant have one, that would take up a substantial portion of our downtown parking. So we're trying to figure out the fairest way to provide them, but also don't want to take away from the whole benefit of the downtown district.
One thing we discussed in that was a couple of ways to look at it is if, you know, there's some common ones where people could just go for, basically take your food and go out there and it'd be just public space. The other option would be if one was dedicated to like a certain restaurant where you'd be waited on. And there's a couple different ways to look at it.
It's not going to help much to try to be specific. I think the best thing is to find the businesses that would want one, put them out there and let the public decide whether that's where they're going to end up being and how well they work. The restaurants will be able to tell you if they've got people coming in. And if they've got people sitting out there, we know it's working. If somebody isn't using one of them, we know it's not working there. I mean, it's just a question of kind of hit and miss. Keep throwing stuff at the wall till it sticks.
The discussions I've sat in regarding this topic is that it would be if a business is identified that they choose, they would prefer to have one, and the council, the task force, Hometown Pride, favor that, it would be for that business. It wouldn't be, you know, a public. There would be blocks placed, so a single parking spot is quarantined off. The business would be responsible for any tables, any seating that's in that area. So that's why it probably gears more to the restaurant side. But what it does is it creates talk. It creates activity downtown. It gives the foot traffic. So the other businesses can also reap some benefit from it. You know, businesses on the retail side.
Provided they're open.
Provided they're open, yes.
Because if you're talking going down and using one of these in the middle of the afternoon when the sun's hot, you're probably not going to sit out there. So the time you're going to sit out there may be in the evening when the other businesses are closed. So whether or not it truly generates much, who's to say?
Well, you know, I would think a business, if they're going to be utilizing it during the day, would have some type of umbrella. Yes. I mean, I've seen these that are rather dressed up, and you know, they're very appealing. You know, consider this maybe a pilot program for the 2020 year, and see what comes of it.
Yeah. Truthfully, I'd like to hear from the businesses if they truly want it.
This has been proposed, kind of started with the restaurants asking for it. And we, again, I never got back in touch with Leanna. She was going to touch base with all the restaurants to try to get more overall feedback.
She is in and on the call if you'd like her to speak.
Yeah.
Has her hand raised.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Leanna, I just unmuted you on my end. There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
So I have talked to the businesses that I was asked to, and they're all very interested. They all say that this is something that they've actually wanted for a very long time, and are very thankful that this topic had come up. They all understand they're responsible for their own seating. They know that they should have umbrellas because it is summertime, and they're really hoping that this does get passed tonight so that, you know, we're not wasting any more time. It's already almost the end of June, and they're very hopeful that this does get passed.
Leanna, did you have any further thought on, I mean, are you still thinking the same 3 or 4 pilot restaurants, or was there any more?
At our last meeting, I was asked to talk to all the businesses that sold food. So that's what I did. And so that's why we have 5 now.
Which 5 are interested? Can you tell the group?
So we have Tucker's, the Bowling Alley, Grounds and Goodies, T&D, and Lost Trace Agaves. I did reach out to Larry's, but I haven't got a response from them yet. So I'm assuming that they're not interested.
So 3 of those could be done on side streets, and only 2 of them would have to be on Main Street.
Yes.
And Lost Trace Agaves on a side street by 3 o'clock or so in the afternoon, they're starting to shade that side of the street. That would be a perfect place to put one. There's a tree right there in the corner, so they stuck it right in there, and they've already got part of their decoration.
Yeah, you want those 2 Main Street spots?
Yeah.
Yes.
Bryce Shercliffe. Naturally, I've been kind of involved with some of the downtown stuff that's gone on as well, and kind of follow it. I think the parkettes are the dining feature of it. I think it's really important. I think it'd be a great thing to get going while summer's here. I agree with Rich. There needs to be an end date. In my head, it'd be like, you know, Halloween, you know, because Sarah and I really like going to restaurants that have the outside seating. I like going downtown Iowa City or Cedar Rapids, you know, and like in the fall, they put the heaters out there, which that's going to be up to the businesses to actually, the businesses, once the city says, yeah, let's do this, the businesses have to put the shine on it to make it, you know, work economically for them. But I think from the city side, I think it draws attention to the downtown. It draws foot traffic. It's really popular to have that outside seating, and just to get attention of some sort, I think it's good. It's low cost. But on the flip side of it too, when we did the downtown assessment, we got the Iowa Economic Development out here to do that assessment and go over the thing. We're also working with that group on the downtown facade grant and trying to get them to buy into helping with the town here. I think this is some real low-hanging fruit. Doesn't cost the city hardly anything. Drop some blocks around and get these parkettes so the businesses can do it. And it shows that, yes, we do want to move forward with some of these. You know, they've given these suggestions. This is the easiest, cheapest one to put out there, and it's very visible. So, because I know, I think Jim with Economic Development was here last week to the meeting and kind of talking with, you know, what's happened since they did the assessment. So I think it's just a simple way, a cheap way to get some attention downtown, and give a little feedback to the state too that says, yeah, we're trying, you know, because we're looking for them to approve a pretty good sized grant come. I don't know when that one, does that go through this fall, dude?
Yep.
Yeah. So just, I think it shows really good for us to jump out there and do something simple like that that's very visible.
One thing we talked about was, you know, maybe trying it for the rest of the summer. We might have to not do it next summer if there's, you know, the south side of the street's going to have a lot of construction with trucks and dumpsters and stuff. So limited parking. but we try it this year. See how it works.
So do it on a 1-year test basis.
I think so.
Set a term of it 1 year, and then say no more than 2 on Main Street.
Sure. They could be gone by
First
end of
count.
October or whenever, or earlier if you think.
Well, I guess the one thought, I don't know, do we want to have them still out for Pumpkin Fest?
We'll be Pumpkin Fest probably this year, but
Well, maybe not, but plan for it.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, or do we want them gone by Pumpkin Fest or still there? Or do we say October 15th?
I'd say Pumpkin Fest, then you take them down.
Yeah.
Because we've had really hot days on Pumpkin Fest. I can
We've
remember
had
when it
some
was
really
like
cold
80
days,
degrees.
too.
Yes.
And
I mean,
the other
no.
time,
If Pumpkin Fest is if it's gonna be a go, we can get someone in here to remove those Main Street parking spots.
Yeah.
And then, if the season still is looking like it's gonna be favorable for outside gathering, we just bring them back in.
Well, I'll make the motion then that we do it on a 1-year interim basis to test it. No more than 2 on Main Street. And by October 15th, they're gone.
Second.
Motion by Rich, second by John.
And I'm gonna add one more
Go ahead.
thing. And no more than 5.
5 total,
5 total.
2 downtown, or 2
2
on Main Street.
Yep.
Do you have a comment?
I
Would you
did.
come on up and state your name, please?
I'm Rachel Neverman. Thanks for having me. The only comments I have are, it's more food for thought, long term. One is, 5 spaces doesn't seem like a lot even on side streets, but there's minimal parking for Main Street. And so having activities myself on Main Street, I've had people come to visit me because I'm not an Anamosa native, and they've had to park blocks down. There's just, 5 spaces is huge. So I'd be curious, I think it's a great idea and I think it has a lot of opportunity. But with that being said, what would the city be looking to do to provide further parking? Because summer's the busiest time of year, right? And now we're taking those parking spots away from people who want to contribute to the businesses. So that's, I suppose, one thing.
The last meeting, we entertained the idea of angle parking, which would add a lot of car parking. So if we took up 1 space, we discussed this last time. Was it the last meeting? I think it was.
Yeah.
That it wouldn't take, if we took 1 space out for parklet, at angle parking, we would actually still be increasing the number of cars that we could get downtown.
There's some.
And we're still looking at that, but it's not going to be as easy as originally discussed. So it's not off the table, but it's going to be a more involved project.
Well,
We're also looking at different ways to help manage the parking that we have better so that it's available to people spending money downtown.
and there are city parking lots spread out. There's one behind the senior dining, there's down by the law office, there's this city parking lot. So we've got 3 city lots that are really close to downtown that are kind of spread out. So
Some signage would help people
that
locate them.
that might,
Working on that.
Yeah.
but I mean, we do have some additional parking off street. So I don't know if that helps you or if you knew that.
Oh, yeah, I'm aware.
Okay.
Absolutely. I think I had just a couple points. And then the second thing was, moving forward with those businesses, then have a monopoly on those parklets, if it were going to be recurring, because obviously there's a lot of spaces downtown that are going to be up and coming, or potentially there's a lot of things for sale right now. So, if more restaurants would open, would the council find some way to determine, would it be like a roulette with different, this is just, things that are trickling through my head as I'm listening to this, because, some businesses have more parking than others, and if we get more restaurants, if, Grounds and Goodies had that parklet for 3 years running,
Well, what I would like to see in the future is that those who are going to get the parklets actually file an application with the city. And so the city will make the decision on who's getting them and how it will be spread out so that we know.
I think in the future, there'll be a lot more process. We're trying to get this off the ground as a pilot program, so.
Valid questions, so.
Sure, I tend to think, many steps.
We want to make sure we're fair with everybody. So someone that might have it this year may not get it the next year. That,
That's
everybody
why
should
we're
get a
doing it
chance.
for 1 year.
Right.
To see if it works or not.
I suppose I'm just directly impacted by parking myself, so.
Understand.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any further council discussion on this agenda item? Rebecca, is there any other public comment?
Not on this issue. Nope.
Okay. Beth, would you conduct a roll vote?
Crump,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lockhart,
Yes.
Capron,
Yes.
Stout,
Yes.
Zumba.
Yes.
Motion approving the implementation of the parklets for the downtown area approved unanimously. 8.4, resolution amending provisions of COVID-19 related resolution 2020-16 and 2020-17. Jacob, would you recap those two resolutions for us?
Yeah. I can't remember the exact number, but one of those laid out essentially like 4 provisions on how city policy would be affected by COVID-19, and such as things as electronic council meetings, which this resolution maintains that. Although if you want to discuss it, we can. My thought on that specific provision was that, we've had our experts come in person, but there's just a limited amount of space in this room. So to just open the doors, I don't think I feel comfortable with that, but obviously we can discuss that. The other provisions talked about closures of all city facilities to the public. That's changed. And so it just kind of refers to that each specific reopening plan for that. The postponement of utility shutoff procedures and fees. The change here is to propose bringing the fees back in July, but not bringing the shutoffs back until later this fall. I kind of, I guess, somewhat arbitrarily chose October. Just want to make sure that we gave more than just a month or so of time for people to get back on track. But the fees at least let people know that that's the direction we're moving, and also helps us get a better picture of how many people are behind. So, that October shut-off thing could be modified now or at a later date, if circumstances change. But I think we need to start moving in that direction. And then the other resolution we passed regarded restrictions to specific employees' travel. And I think we're at a stage where we need to continue exercising a lot of caution when we do travel, but that specific restriction listed in that resolution doesn't necessarily apply anymore, given what the state is recommending.
Can I just ask, and this is just a thought, you're talking about council meetings being electronically continuing. With what we have here and so forth as we're going forward, would we be better off moving our meetings to the library so we can spread out more and have more seating for everybody else who wants to show up?
We've talked about that. I think the biggest issue was audio visual. So we would have to figure out how to get the microphone set up there to get clear audio. I mean, I know we've had special meetings there, but maybe not, taking votes and things like that, that we need really clear audio on. As far as just, well, and then the camera as well, but that was just some of our concerns, but it could be done. We've discussed it.
Well, I'm just thinking going forward that it might be a better place.
Certainly more room.
So
everybody gets spread out, not only the public, but us too.
Right, we
We're
can.
probably a little close here.
Right. So I would think that we would want to investigate that.
I want my rocking chair there.
You can't have everything. But I agree, it's nice to have a comfy chair, but that was just something that just popped in my head of maybe that's something we ought to seriously think about before our next meeting.
As I look at this, there's 4 sections. If we could break each section out with a determination of what the action item is going to be from each section, it may be a little clearer to define that way. Rich has touched on section 1, the electronic meetings. Do we continue with them via Zoom for the public, that we request that's how they participate, unless they have business with the council and would like to be in the chambers?
I think that's a valid point.
What's that?
I think it's a valid point what Rod brought up. I feel safe here with the people that are here. I mean, we're in a farming community, and that's not saying anything for the public either. We've got a lot of common sense that it seems like some of these bigger cities don't, but to be on the safe side, because you could walk into a grocery store and walk by somebody and end up getting it, or touch a can of soup that you were going to thinking about buying, put it back on the shelf and get it. It would probably be a better idea, at least for the public for the time being, just to, I know it's a hassle, but Zoom is working.
Well, I don't say we discontinue that. I'm just saying that since we're all going to be here, we can spread out. We can have the meetings down there and continue doing the electronic meeting.
Yeah, so just figure out what it's going
Yeah,
to take.
I would say that even if we do go, allow the public in, that it would be good to encourage people to use the Zoom and still provide that.
Yeah.
So.
Sure.
Is there such a thing as one microphone that you can get out there that you could centrally locate at the library that would pick up everybody's voice, or does it have to be this sort of thing?
We'd have to buy something.
Yeah, we'd have to buy something, because I think this is beyond, not my expertise, but I believe these are directional, so they go kind of more towards you, versus if we looked into maybe a mic that had a broader ability to pick up.
Shane, you have a comment?
Shane Brown. I was at your last meeting at the library, and I could hear you guys very well without the microphones, and I thought you guys did a great job. Might just have to speak up a little bit more, but I don't know if you really need them.
The microphones are for the Zoom recording, so people online can hear us.
Well, I could hear you really good.
Were you?
I was there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It wasn't the clearest, because I Zoomed it that night, and it wasn't. Some of it was a little tough. Maybe like Shane said, just speak up a little more or something, but it wasn't. There was times it was tough to really understand what was being discussed. When Anamosa had the MediaCom channel, they had microphones that they would place out and a camera that they set up to record the sessions, record the meeting. So I don't know whatever happened to those microphones, that setup, because that probably would work.
One thing from personal experience, so I'm on Parks and Rec, and we've had a few Zoom meetings. The very first one, we used the people that were there, they put a laptop in front of them, and the audio was terrible. I couldn't really hear anything at home. But Rebecca informed us that the speaker on like a tablet they set up a tablet in front of the group, and I could hear perfectly at home. They could hear me perfectly. So I don't know if that would work.
We set up our own tablets and have them to record or pick up the sound.
Yeah. Now you're only going to want to enable one mic though, otherwise you'll have feedback.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you can turn down the volume and just have the voice. But yeah, we could set up one for the three of us, and
while Rebecca's on the phone, maybe she has some insight.
Yeah. But I think it's worth investigating before the next meeting.
Rebecca, do you have any thoughts?
So first off, the library does or did have a couple of those microphones that the access channel had. I don't know how many of those we have, and you do have to have the soundboard that they plug into in order for those to work. So we would need to, if that's how you wanted to do it, we would need to do a little more research into it. The device that we were using last Monday to record you guys was an iPad, which would have a pretty good microphone and speaker system in it. So if that was not quite good enough, we'll probably have to come up with another option.
Like this week, could it be tested? I mean, get a test like a Zoom and get, a few people in there and just.
Oh yeah, we can test it, absolutely. We can set up, with the Zoom accounts, I have like a personal meeting account. I can set that up with a couple different computers, even just inside the library, and we can test that out at any time.
I think one of the issues we ran into was trying to get the iPad far enough away to pick up the picture of the whole council, but that got it so far away that we probably had issues with the microphone. So maybe it is something where we look at more than one tablet to get the full picture, but also a better audio.
As long as they can hear us. I suppose they want to see us too.
I would think that would be a perfectly viable option. So
it sounds like the council wants to continue with the Zoom meeting for the public. Would prefer to go to the library so we can get more spacing. So Rebecca, Jacob, you could coordinate across the next 2 weeks to see if we can launch our next council meeting from the library. But I would request that you over-test to make sure there'll be no issues. We can always, in 2 weeks, meet here until you can work the glitches out if there are any.
Sounds good.
So that, I guess that would cover section 1. Section 2, closure of public facilities. So are you looking to open all public facilities?
So this section really just refers to the reopening plans, which everyone is already open according to those plans. It's just directing, I think, the public to refer to those departments individually.
Is that acceptable to the council to continue with those entities' phases for reopening?
And if you if you have questions on specifics, I can try to fill you in on what each department's doing. But I think they're being smart, being careful, and still trying to get services out to the people.
So are all departments running full staff?
Yes.
They're not alternating weeks or days or anything?
No, they're running full staff. They may be running different schedules, like offset, starting a half
Start
hour
times.
different or something.
Okay.
But, and they're working in, might be working in a group so that they're not interacting with all employees, but they're working full time. Yeah. They have been for a while now.
So they're just staggering start times and, okay.
Section 3, postponement of water utility shut off. Here it states the beginning of July, the delinquency fees, reminder notice and door postings will resume. There'll be no shut offs until October.
Has there been an increase of delinquencies?
So Beth can describe it better, but we're having a hard time getting a picture because the report that we run comes right off of applying the delinquency fees. So without applying those, we don't get the best picture of how many are
Any
behind.
kind of idea then?
I mean, the reminder notices count has been pretty close to the same. I mean, it's been higher than normal, but it's been the same for the past few months. So no, when we do like an aging report, it only gives you the ones that are final bills that are behind, that they left a balance on, and how far that balance is. It doesn't really do the current ones until you do the cycle where it does applies the fee. So
our new accounting system will give you a better idea.
it will, yeah.
Section 4 looks to be full lift of the restrictions that were put in place. I guess there's a lot within this. Make a motion to amend the emergency provisions as we've stated.
So moved.
Second to the motion.
I'll second.
Motion by Kay, second by Galen to amend the emergency provisions of the resolution. Any further council discussion?
I just got, we're not out of the woods by any means of this COVID thing. Are we really sure we want to start instituting delinquency fees in July? I'm just asking that question because that's really only one more week. So is it going to be the July billing that goes out July?
It'd be the July billing. So what is it that goes
A
out?
whole nother month, yeah.
It's not due till August.
Okay.
So it will have, so like right now, the bill prints with the same amount due on the due date as after the due date. So it's just gonna have that penalty on there.
That bill will go out on roughly the 15th of July, right?
Correct.
And then they'd have 20 days to pay it before the delinquency fee actually took effect. So you'd be in August.
So things are on the increase. Are we really sure we want to do that? I'm just asking the question. I'm just playing the devil's advocate here on how soon do we want to set that into play?
I definitely understand. I think, again, part of the reason was to get a better idea of where we sit, because we don't want, we end up getting somebody that's, I don't know how many months we've been at this, but 4 or 5 months delinquent, then they're gonna have a real hard time ever catching up.
Well, I get that, but at that stage, even now, if they started back in March, they're 3-4 months past. and if they haven't paid, they're still gonna be having a hard time, that we should be reaching out to them to say, hey, here's what you owe. Come in and set up a payment plan or something.
I agree. To put the delinquency fees in place, still not looking, I mean, per this, there's no shut off until October.
Well, I get that.
Yeah, and I would like to think if someone was really strapped and could not get current, that they could come in to City Hall or come before the council, and we could certainly work some type of provision with them. But one thing about this, so it sounds rich, is it gets it in front of the City Hall's eyes of what really is out there for delinquent.
Well, I get that.
And plus it's a reminder that you haven't
Well,
paid your bill in 4 months.
Yeah.
I
You
would,
should
I would,
think about
yeah,
that.
I would like to say
We could-
that, what I would like to say is maybe say that in July, we send the reminder that delinquency fees are going to kick in on your next bill. So they're given notice instead of, like if they read the bill in early July and it goes out and yeah, it's paid due August 4th. I'd like to give them a little notice that said, hey, next month, be ready.
Is it possible to put that verbiage on there?
We've only got a little
Yeah.
bit of text we can
Could
put
you
on
get
there.
are they sent out in the mail?
They're
On a
postcards.
postcard.
Postcard.
See, that the problem with our system is so old and antiquated, it's a pain, it's a problem.
If we had a flyer or something that we could staple to it or something. I don't know.
Well, either that or else we need to let the paper know, get it in the paper somehow, get it on the website, get it on Facebook, get the message out there.
Yeah, in my mind, we're dealing with two types of people too. Some of them are legitimately, they maybe not working or they can't afford it because of that. But you got a few people out there, I think they're probably going to be taking advantage of this too.
Yeah, but you can't
So if we get
distinguish
the
between
warning
the
out
two.
there, I get your point. We have to warn them that all hell's going to break loose. They don't come in and start making payments of some type. But we also want to make sure that these people that are going to be facing that scenario understand we're doing the best we can to help them. So please come in so we can work out a payment plan or something.
Yeah, and that's just it. Is if you are past due, please come in the next month, work out the payment plan, and starting here, you're going to get charged.
We do still do the deferred payments too. So they can come in. So let's say they got, it's before the door posting. Fee's gonna go on there. They can let us know that they're gonna make the payment. It just has to be before the next bill is due. So they can do a deferred payment still. I mean, we
Wow.
have ways to work with people. It's just that right now, nobody really calls to find out where their bill's at.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking we need to publicize it somehow.
We can get the word out, I think, other than the bills, that these penalties are coming back, and maybe it's a little bit more, a more easy shift into things. I mean, I think the delinquency fees are important, for our understanding of where we're at, and really, overall, those fees aren't very large. Whereas the door posting, if we maybe held that off until a later date, that's a more substantial fee that drives up. I mean, $20 is maybe half of somebody's bill, depending on how much they use. So it could make sense to
city attorneys
delay the door posting a little bit longer.
Patrick, do you have comments on this?
I'm just going to test and see if you can hear me.
Yes,
Yeah.
we can.
Very good. Not necessarily. If you have a specific question, I'd be happy to comment.
I guess what we're just trying to talk through now is when we would put the delinquency fees in effect. We haven't come to a full agreement, but yet we haven't taken a vote on this.
Well, I think it's not so much a legal question as it is a policy question. It seems to me that the gravamen of the discussion is how lenient do we want to be in light of what's going on right now. And I think you just got to come up with whatever you think is a sensible approach on that. I don't know if other cities are doing that. I haven't seen a lot of that in the other cities where I work.
Well,
in fact, I haven't seen anything from the other cities that I work in where they're doing the amnesty type thing.
okay. Okay, you made the motion.
Yes.
And it is to implement the delinquency fees with the July billing. Do you stand with that motion? Are you looking to amend?
That's a hard call because I'm not sure putting it off accomplishes anything other than making it further down the road that a client has to cope with paying their bill. Perhaps the delinquency fee would motivate some folks to come in and talk with the water department about setting up a payment plan.
It's money they owe to start with, and if we continue it too far, it's like a snowball rolling down a hill. You don't want to be at the bottom when it gets there. It's better to stop it before it gets too big and you can't control it anymore.
Well, but I think if we gave them notice, gave them time, said, if you don't contact us by such and such a point in time to set up that plan, we kind of sat out here and said, hey, we're not going to charge you. And then we're coming in and we're going to say, starting with the July bill, you're going to get hit with that delinquency fee. It's kind of a slam as opposed to come in, set up your payment plan, plus starting with this point in time, here's where we're drawing the line in the sand. Unfortunately, we don't know how many people are out there, how much is owed, because we can't get any reports to state what it is.
That's the sad part. We don't have access to the information.
We don't have good information to know how many people it's affecting.
I certainly understand Rich's point, and it's valid.
It is.
It's very good discussion to be having. My thought is if there is someone that's really strapped out there and this is impacting them severely, they can come in, talk to City Hall, talk to the water billing, Jacob, whomever, make arrangements. If they still don't feel they're being justified, they can come before the city council. And as a group, the six of you can make their policy for them. But Rich, I truly understand it's a tough situation to be.
Then what I would say is if we're going to do it in July, by next week in the newspaper, I would expect an article or something stating this is what's going to happen.
They need to know.
And if you are behind, you need to get into City Hall and set up a payment plan.
And that we will work with you.
And we will work with you. It needs to be in the paper, it needs to be on the website, it needs to be on Facebook. It needs to be out there for everybody.
Any notification means at our disposal.
Yeah.
And if we had the new system in place, we could shoot out a text message to them.
Yep.
I don't think the notification needs any type of decision action by the council.
No.
I think we can just go ahead and do that.
I think that satisfies both views.
If Kay still does not want to amend her amendment, we have a second. I would like to take it to vote. And if this does not pass, then we can try to figure something else out. Does council need any further discussion? Beth, would you take it to a roll vote?
Capron,
Yes.
Stout,
Yes.
Zumba,
Yes.
Crump,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lockhart,
Yes.
The motion to amend those 4 section items passes unanimously. Resolution, 8.5, resolution amending contributions to outside agencies established in resolution 2020-11 due to COVID-19 impact on city revenues. Jacob, would you recap what this is?
So, I apologize for sending this out so late, but you should have it in front of you here. I think this makes sense as an approach to be considerate of how our revenues might be severely impacted by COVID-19. But it's not perfect. It's just essentially just all hotel motel entities, and it does move some of the entities that were previously listed as general fund into the hotel motel grouping. It puts them all on a percentage basis, like tourism and the chamber were previously done, to ensure that we're not going to be committed to more than what we're going to receive. So it's all tied to the amount that we actually receive. The downside is if we actually get better numbers than what we expect, even if we got a projected $76,000 in hotel motel revenue, most of these, if not all of them, wouldn't actually hit their cap with these given percentages. But if we raise the percentages, we're not going to have enough money for the flat dollar amount of money that we set aside for economic development or for the parks and rec department. So these percentages are meant to, like I said, be conservative and protect us from overcommitting. The alternative, which, I think the alternative would be to punt and say, we're not going to take action now other than to notify these entities that their contributions may be impacted, but wait to make our official decision till later when we have some idea what our revenue is going to be. Obviously, the negative is there's less transparency. They don't know what to expect in terms of their planning, but at least then we could have a more informed decision on what to do, how to divvy up what we do have. Does that make any sense?
I'm a little confused.
I am
I
too.
thought we were going to reach out to every one of these that we had allocated revenue money for, to find out if they were still going to need it, because some of these programs may have been canceled.
So,
and also that if they weren't going to be canceled, do they still feel they'll need the entire amount that they requested that we decided to provide? So did we reach out to every one of them?
No.
Did we reach out to any of them?
That became a kind of difficult task.
12 agencies, right?
I'm guessing that's right.
Well, yes.
Some of them we didn't have clear contact information for, and in discussion, again, some of these are more regular business. I mean, they're definitely going to need the money. So there didn't seem to be a purpose in
Well, but
That's what,
so when they filed their application for the funding, they didn't have contact information on that
They were all-
application?
I think they were all here.
Well, they were, but they're supposed to submit an application. I know that's what we talked about last year, was having a generic uniform application for this
They all
year.
submitted a letter which had defined parameters, but I don't believe it necessarily included contact information, which we discussed improving that form for future years, but that doesn't solve the problem now.
Applications.
Well, and I do have another question. I see we shifted Jones County Economic from general fund to hotel motel.
I think they were listed as hotel motel in the original resolution. I believe that was the case.
So why didn't we shift them to a percentage?
Well, I'm not sure. I believe we have an agreement for that contribution, and also, yeah, I believe we had an agreement for that contribution, so I wanted to uphold that.
Like in the request for the first one in the guy's packet, like Sherry Hunt, it's got her email signature and her email and phone number, her address.
Yeah, because like Starlighters, wasn't that for a summer program that I'm assuming they're not doing?
Well, that one, the Early Child Development, I believe, was a program.
Well,
The Youth Coalition was a program.
Well, the Iowa State University summer camp.
Yeah, and yes, I think that was also part of a program.
Yeah.
Again, I mean,
So the summer camp, we generally pay them, we wouldn't pay them that 500 until next May for their summer program.
Okay.
So they may get to have a summer program next year, I'm guessing. Maybe.
So we paid them in May of this year for this summer that they're not doing.
So they can save the money and use it next year.
I mean, there's no doubt we are going to be strapped.
Oh,
I mean,
Yeah,
we could,
it's gonna be short.
we can try to kid ourselves. I guess I would like to know where each one of these entities feel they will be for the next go around of money. Some of them may say, you know what, so somebody else can have more, I'll certainly take less.
Or yeah.
The situation we're in.
Or yeah, we're not doing the program, so we don't need the money.
I think I asked that question in one of the previous meetings, and I was told that some of the money was spent, but we could have asked them, can you do without this? We're running into a COVID-19 problem here. It would have been nice to have that information so we knew what we could possibly subtract before we start kicking the feet out from underneath some of these others.
Well, and I guess we don't necessarily have to do it today because we haven't written the checks to them.
Especially the only one that really stands out, Jones County Senior Dining. I'm guessing they're going to need most of that. They're going to be working harder and buying a lot of gas trying to get food out to people. I mean, there's some that they're going to say, well, we can't, but there's got to be some people here that say, well, we really don't need that much. We can probably get by with this much or something.
And it's quite possible senior dining might need a little bit more.
Yeah, and it'll be less painless for those people for us, rather than us going up to them and saying, sorry, you can't have $6,000 this year. You can only have $4,000. I would rather them tell us, so at least we know where we're at and make a little more intelligent decision and not create as much pain.
Right.
I mean,
we're not shooting off at the hip.
No.
We can at least have, so is there any way before the next meeting that we can reach out to these people?
Well, we have emails.
We can try. Again, looking at several of these that
I mean,
that does, you know, there's just not going to be a shift on, but we can.
Well, and I don't know if some of these places, they may have already gone out, gotten some CARES Act money that is either 1% or is going to be forgiven, that they may not need some of this money.
Because nonprofits can get that.
What's that?
Nonprofits can get that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they can.
Direction from the council.
So again, I can reach out to as many as I can, but you know, tourism, chamber of commerce, jets, economic development, senior dining. I think all of those, plus hometown pride, all those are either commitments or things that I, know they're gonna, they're gonna need money. Now, like I said, tourism and commerce have been a percentage for a while, even though they've normally gotten their full amount. This year, I don't think that's likely. But I find it hard for them to believe that they're going to be able to pick a number that they're just okay with.
Well, when you
now
say,
the others, like you said, there are a few that, more of a summer program or whatever, that early childhood development or the summer camp, those could possibly be changed. But
well, when you say commitment, do we have something in writing? Do we have a contract with Hometown Pride or?
We do. I don't know if it's in writing, Rich, but there is a verbal commitment, Hometown Pride, to be funded $2,500. I believe it was 3 years continuous.
Was that the?
It's related to the trail.
The trail thing? See, and I think originally that came out of Hotel Motel. I know it did. It's not showing that here, but I think originally that's where that came from.
Yeah, I paid out local option sales tax.
What other, is that the only one that comes out of LOT?
Yep.
Well, personally, I would like for these 12 entities to come back and tell us where they believe they're going to be at, instead of us throwing darts and see if we can hit.
You could just take a real casual approach and say, we're looking at this. How are you guys faring through all this? The city's, we're concerned based on the hotel motel tax. It's going to be down with less people traveling.
Not only that, contacting them and asking, at least they're getting a gentle way, a gentle warning that we're going to have to make some hard decisions here in the next few weeks. And we don't want to hurt anybody, but so we're looking for help now, because sooner or later we're going to have to start cutting some of it.
So help us out, or we make the decision.
Just don't say it that way. All right?
Why not?
We're in a position where we're going to need some help from people.
And they have to understand. I mean,
I'm
they
sure
have to
they
know
do.
where we're at.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I'd like to have this in the form of a motion that we are going to table And next meeting, come back with direction from all 12 of the listed entities.
I'll make a motion to table this until we have a direction from all 12 entities on possibly what they may or may not need going forth.
I'll second that.
Motion by Rich, second by Alan to table until more information can be provided to us. Any further council discussion? Any public comment, Rebecca?
No, there is not.
Beth, would you conduct a roll vote for the table?
Smith,
Yes.
Mockart,
Yes.
Zumba,
Yes.
Stout,
Yes.
Crum,
Yes.
Capron.
Yes.
Motion to table carried unanimously. 8.6, review and approval of current bills.
I have a question. Will this be Phil Staub's final payment?
To the best of my knowledge, yes. Yes. I'm still reviewing and working with the proposals received. I guess there were an emergency to come up, possibly, but I think we're sitting in a good situation.
Okay.
There's been no work performed since this invoice, so.
And how far away are we from seeing the proposals?
Well, my hope was to narrow it down a little bit. I think I've got 5, but if you want to see them all, I can just forward them to you.
Okay. Go ahead and forward them.
And then I'll let you know when I've got maybe a recommendation. We can bring it up to council discussion.
Well, at least that way we have an opportunity to look at them
Beforehand.
while you're going through, and if we see something, we can maybe talk to you about it.
Sure.
The one item that kind of sticks out at me, and I believe I understand the invoice 65389 be on the third to final page. McQueen equipment for $6,500 on the camera cable.
And it's for the sewer camera that we recently bought. I think, was it $30,000? The cable, I don't know if it was damaged or just defective, but
Failed.
had to be replaced, and that's what it cost.
Was it new or was it used?
The trailer was used.
Yeah, we got that from
Dyersville?
Dyersville.
I was thinking it was used.
New now.
Yeah.
Well, the cable is.
Did we have to replace the camera and the cable? Just the cable.
The camera's got a few issues I found out about today, but the camera alone, $75,000, to give you an idea.
What were the issues?
With what?
The camera.
Dave told me there's a problem with the board and the drive on the camera.
You want me to talk on behalf?
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you please?
Talk to me, guys.
No, Dave, sir. Today I found out that I pulled the top off when talking to their engineers, and it's pretty common. It's common and it's not. The cable is what runs the camera. So you take the camera out a couple million times, it wears. Unfortunately with this system, that wire will short out inside, you lose your drive. So that burns up a resistor in the board, on the board. So there's actually 4 bad resistors on the board right now. Opened it up today to verify what was going on, and yes, we have 4. The cable was actually a side effect of, it had a broken wire in it because of the board going out. And then us retrieving the camera, because it is a $75,000 camera, you stretch the whole thing, unfortunately. There's no, they don't tie actually recover your wire in it, so you're literally pulling on wires. So unfortunately, we're 224 feet out. We're bringing it home. So that was today. We found out we had 4 bad resistors inside the camera itself.
Can that board be replaced
Yes.
separately?
Yeah.
And the cost of that, any idea?
It's $1,200.
And that would solve the problem.
That will solve the problem. Then you still have the issue of, say, 2,000 more times down the sewer line, the cable does the same thing, and potentially is always there. The possibility of it breaking down is obviously there because it's used.
Yeah.
The wire is 600 foot long. That's why it's so expensive. It runs everything, your camera, your drive, all that function. It's on everything. So there's literally, I believe it's a 15 pin wire. So it's only about yay big, but it's 600 foot long. Okay. Unfortunately, we had it 224 feet out, and it just had a mind of its own. Talking to the tech today, it said it's very common, unfortunately.
Okay. So we have a new cable.
Brand new cable, yep.
So now you're talking that there's possibly another $1,200 to replace the board.
Yep.
And then what were you saying could go in the future?
The wire, it'll go out again.
The cable will go out again?
Yep. Talking to Dyersville, they had it go out the first year I worked here.
They replaced that unit twice, the cable.
Yep.
In how long?
Several years.
8 years though, I think is what Mike told me.
So like every 4 years, roughly?
Roughly. He lost it up on Garnavillo, and we used actually the fire hydrant to flush it out. We hooked up, when I worked with the water guys, we hooked it up to a hydrant and we flushed it out because the cable actually broke. So
That's when Dyersville.
yeah, yep.
And they were cammering them for us.
Yep.
Well, this is something that might need to be replaced every 4 years. May want to think about throwing a little money in a budget at some point in the future.
Absolutely.
But you still got less in it than a new setup.
Oh yeah.
By a long shot.
New is 255.
Any other discussion on the bills? Entertain a motion to approve.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Rich, second by John. Beth?
Stout,
Yes.
Zumwalt,
Yes.
Capron,
Yes.
Crum,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lockhart.
Yes.
Motion to pay bills carried unanimously. 9.0, City Administrators Report.
Just wanted to update the council that I'm still working with the city attorney and Dean Wood to resolve the sale of that piece of property, and we'll hopefully have something at our next meeting for you to take action on. I think primarily we've completed the transition from US Cellular to FirstNet. I still got to follow up, make sure that any remaining devices like hotspots and whatnot get canceled on US Cellular, but all the existing phone numbers have been switched over to the new phones. Everybody's got their phones. There were a few bugs that I think most of them have been worked out. There might be a few more that need a little bit more work, but I think so far so good. The penitentiary is still working on completing their flow meter. Like I had mentioned in a previous memo, I think it's technological things that are remaining. I believe the actual infrastructure is there. It's the electronics that actually read the flow that are not yet in place. We met with Dan and the engineers met with them last Friday to begin discussions on the pre-treatment agreement, just so that as that does come online, we're already progressing towards getting that agreement taken care of, as it's been an ongoing issue ever since I started. We also, Dan and I recently met with engineers on the flow equalization project that is progressing. They're working with the DNR on getting things approved, and what are we looking at next year, possible construction?
Yeah, next year.
So the fire station, I've been working with Chief Shada on trying to keep that on track. We're kind of back to, I think, where we were a while ago. We had some generosity from MMS Engineering to do some work for us, and that's been greatly appreciated and very helpful. But they've come to a point where they really say they can't do more, and it's not because they're not willing to. It's for this bid packet to be completed. It's really going to require an architect and or structural engineer to certify remaining elements within the bid documents, make sure things are up to code. And that's their words, not mine. So we're going to have to figure out how to involve an entity like that at this point, and it's going to cost money. We had, I think it was Snyder and Associates as well as Solomon Lang Architects involved at one point, and we went a different direction trying to work through it without them. I'm not saying we have to go back to those two firms, but we've got to bring somebody in to help get us prepared to move forward. Obviously, we don't have an action item on tonight, but if there's feelings on what direction you want me to go, I'll be open to listening to that. But
I have a question then. If they were involved before and we shifted to MMS, did we burn bridges with them? What did they do before, and why did we shift?
we never contracted with either of those firms. They were kind of working on they were providing proposals. If you recall, way back we were talking about the need for a retaining wall, and there was kind of disagreement over that. And I think that's where the council didn't want to approve a contract to move forward with them planning this project. So we never paid them anything. We weren't in an arrangement, but we did some preliminary work so that they could provide a proposal to the council.
Did they do any other work? I mean, did they do any drawings of the facility or do anything? They just talked about a retaining wall?
I think all that they did was prepare a proposal to the council. So, I mean, they did some preliminary work to understand what the project would entail, but no, they didn't do a full, design of the building or anything like that. MMS only stepped in after that point because, they kind of recognized the need for things to move forward, and they were willing to do what they could, and I think they've completed that, or at least.
Well, I'd be curious on getting proposals from, if they've already been active, they kind of know the project, getting proposals from the two companies. Because we've got to keep this moving forward, and to get somebody else up to speed, I don't know where it would go, but that's just my personal aspect of this is.
And
If we
there's another
waited,
question on, sorry.
well, if we waited for 5 more companies to come in and put in bids, we're talking probably another month before we make a decision, and this thing just keeps getting pushed back.
On the legal side, I think there was questions. We could start the bonding process again. Our first meeting in September, which would, I believe, just set the public hearing date, and then the second meeting in the month would be where we have the public hearing and take action, assuming there's no petition at that point. So it could be completed by the end of September is the earliest we could get the bonding process done, assuming there's no petition.
So the sooner we can get a company in place to start the project, so they can get conceptions done, get cost estimates done for the public, the better off we're going to be.
So now, like, all these other towns that are having drives for their new fire stations, I mean, we can't do anything like that. Ely does it, Solon's doing it, Olin's doing it. They've got all kinds of benefit drives to try to raise money for a new fire station. Why we cannot do it? I mean,
I guess we could. I know they raise a lot of money on a regular basis, but.
And I think, like in Olin's case, yeah, they're doing the drive, but who knows how long it may take them to
I understand
build.
that.
And in the fire department's case, they're looking at a need sooner rather than later.
But we were in Solon and they're doing it down there too. They're trying to build a new one down there. And Ely's trying to build a new one. And Walford's trying to build a new one, and they all got drives going. So I just thought it would help.
Well, let's put it this way. If somebody wanted to volunteer and donate a bunch of money, I don't think we'll turn it away.
No.
And it could be done during the process and after it's up too. I mean, it's, you drive by the fire station right now and they've got a great big cage over there that they're throwing pop cans in. I mean, it's not a lot of money, but every little dime helps.
Should Chief be here? Because I'm actually talking to him right now.
It's just, right now, we're just in the city administrator's report.
Yeah,
There's no action that can come out of anything right now, so.
But hopefully next meeting,
Yeah,
he'll want to be here.
we'll,
Yeah.
I'll pass it on.
if there's something on the agenda, he will be contacted. Thank you.
Is president of the board, Fire Association board, so I can relay stuff too, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Jacob under the city administrator's report? 10.0, mayor and council reports. 10.1, mayor's report. I want to put this in front of the council. We can have an action on it at the next meeting, but I'll give you a couple weeks to public awareness, public feedback. The safety committee, the city, county, DOT on the Old Dubuque Road 151 project The committee is looking to close the west side, the Old Dubuque Road 151, where they meet, August 3rd of 2020. The decision is to have it closed in weeks prior to school starting. That we also feel that closing of this, it keeps the ball in the city and county's hands and doesn't force the DOT to do anything. So as far as the devices for the closure, right now the DOT is looking at providing those signage and any public awareness. The county and the DOT has those mechanisms. So I just want you to have a few weeks to prepare for a decision to close at next meeting on August 3rd. It will be a full closure.
So they'll supply barriers and everything.
Yes.
Has the school voiced any hesitations because there would be only one way in and out to the middle school?
No, the school, when they were in session, they did not permit any school vehicles to access 151 from Old Dubuque Road.
I was thinking more of
You
emergency.
could come in, but you could not exit.
I know.
One of the devices that the DOT is going to provide, fingers crossed, would be a gate that would go across all of Old Dubuque Road, but you could access it in cases of emergency.
Oh, okay,
So
good.
you could open the gate to get emergency vehicles in. There, more information obviously will be provided to the council for that decision. But
What was
that
the
joint
date
committee
again,
is looking
Ron?
for an August 3rd.
August 3rd. Okay, thank you.
That's the date of the closure, right?
The date of the closure
You're wanting to present this at the next council.
at the next council meeting, that you approve closing on August 3rd.
Gotcha.
One other thing in regard to the Old Dubuque Road 151 project, they would I believe it was misstated at the last meeting. The project cost, less any type of grants and funding that can be applied to it, the city will bond for the difference to fund that project. It will not go to public vote. The city will just opt to bond for payment. I wanted to clarify that. One other thing for council information, I met with Chief Hoyt and Jacob a few weeks ago. I asked that we identify and start abatement processes on nuisance properties in town. That being grass, weeds, dilapidated structures, junk. If it is not meeting, if the property is not meeting our ordinances, I would like it to be addressed. So Chief Hoyt has developed a plan, a process that he will be identifying. And even if city employees identify or the public identifies, it'll funnel through Chief Hoyt and he will address it. So I don't want to say that I told him to get aggressive, but there's nuisance properties that need attention. Neighbors do not pay their taxes to have that type of nuisance next to them. That's all I have. Any questions for me? 10.2, council, go ahead.
On Shane Brown, on that old Dubuque Road closure, how you gonna push the snow so you keep it out of there so you can get emergency vehicles in there if needed?
We will be addressing that. 10.2, council reports.
Quiet in all fronts. I am going to be contacting the senior because I'm kind of curious what she's thinking about doing. I haven't talked to her yet, but I'm not sure if they're allowing them back in the building yet. Have you heard anything, Jacob? I'm going to be contacting them on that. See if there's anything I can do to help them. That's about it.
Haven't met since last meeting. Reports from Eric.
This is on the agenda. 11.0, public with business with the council on items not on the agenda. Rebecca?
Yeah, I have some concerns about that, Your Honor.
Can you let the council and myself know the concerns, Patrick?
I don't think we should solicit discussion items from the public unless, I mean, you can receive them, but I just want to caution everybody that any discussion or deliberation on them, even if you don't take action, would not be appropriate under Chapter 21. So I just want to make sure that all you do is receive any item from the public and you don't actually discuss it. Because Chapter 21 specifically discusses both deliberation or action. So we have to be cautious in that regard. That's all I meant, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. I guess we'll, as we move forward, if we leave this on the agenda, we will have to use it as an informational purposes only and not have any follow-up discussion.
You would be certainly within your purview to say to a member of the public that we would like the city staff to look into that and thank you for your comments. That would be fine.
Okay.
I believe that's pretty much the way we've been treating it over the years.
Very good.
Nothing has cropped up while you guys were discussing that.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca. 12.0, closed session.
Okay, just a quick question. I'm sending in Patrick and City Hall Council chambers to the closed meeting when that happens.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll just, before we have any motion on this, I will state for the record that as city attorney, it's my legal opinion to the city council that we are authorized to go into closed session under Iowa Code Section 21.51I because we are evaluating the city administrator. And because it's my understanding, and I'll ask him to confirm here on the record, that Mr. Sheridan has requested that the session be held in closed session. And if that's the case, then we're perfectly within our rights, and I'll just ask Jacob to confirm that.
I have requested the closed session.
Very good.
So can I entertain a motion to enter into closed session?
I'll make a motion to enter into closed session per Iowa State Code Section 21.5I.
Second. Motion by Rich, second by John to enter into closed session. Can you conduct a roll vote?
Crump,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lockhart,
Yes.
Zumba,
Yes.
Stout,
Yes.
Capron.
Yes.
Motion to enter into closed session was unanimous. At this time, I would ask the public, thank you for your time in sitting through the council meeting.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay, I've opened up the breakout room for the closed session. So it may take you automatically in there, but you also may have to accept it. Okay, for the rest of you that are here, you are more than welcome to stick around. City Council, the closed session, we don't know how long it will last. But this room will remain open and they will eventually come back and there will be a vote on whatever it is that they discussed in the closed session. And at that point, the meeting will be, I think the next item is adjournment. So again, you're welcome to stick around. But for a little while, at least this room will be pretty boring. So send me a chat if you have any questions. Okay, real quick, I'm gonna have to unmute City Hall. All right.
Okay, 12.3, discussion and possible action on approving amended employment agreement for the city administrator.
I make a motion to table 12.3.
Second.
Motion by Rich, second by Alan to table 12.3. Beth?
Crum,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lockhart,
Yes.
Zumba,
Yes.
Stout,
Yes.
Capron.
Yes.
Motion to table carried unanimous. 13.0 adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Kay, second by John. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Adjourned.
Didn't jack this chair up, so that's run down so far.